Welcome everyone to the broadcast. It is great to have all of you here tonight. Hello everybody. Welcome to this Monday edition of the stream. Hello Tower Slayer, welcome. How's it going tonight? It's good to see you. Here we are, brand new week. Hope you all had a fantastic weekend and you're ready to start this week. Playing some more Final Fantasy XIV tonight. Welcome folks. We have new emotes. You can either choose to use them or not. It's up to you. I still have more emotes to find somewhere. I have like 14 free animated emote slots. I'm not even sure what I want to do with them. I don't know what to do with these things. So I have to find something creative. We'll see. I have a couple more static emote slots and like 14 animated emote slots. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, Tower Slayer. Right. More emotes. You can make 14 animated emotes. That'd be fantastic. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I'm just shocked that I've got so many available because I commissioned a few more emotes, right? And I went to go upload them, and yeah, I have 6 animated emotes used out of 18 slots available. I get another emote at 250 subscriber points. I get one more standard emote slot. I'm currently at 59. Anyway, enjoy the emotes. They're all my cats, for the most part. Probably not 14. Yeah, I know it. I wouldn't expect you to do anything near that. Yeah. Don't worry about it. It's my issue. As a professional streamer, it's my job to make sure that my emote slots are wisely used. And I'll tell you what, I have not been doing that up until today. I probably have had 250 unlocked the 250 sub point goal since 2020. So I'm sitting here like 4 years later just realizing I have all these emote slots I haven't been using. Alright. Final Fantasy XIV, we're continuing to level the Sage tonight. Currently level 79, almost 80. Almost, very close. We'll finish that up. And then, I don't know what. I did the raid quests this weekend, just to unlock all of the raid tiers. So that's done. I think that actually, we're getting pretty close to having all of the things I wanted to do before Dawn Trail actually finished. The other things were, like, maybe I wanted to do a melee job to level 90, like maybe pick up Reaper, get that to 90 to kind of prep myself for the new Viper class. But honestly, if I had to cut something, why not that? And then we have like a whole week, 1 week to play through the Elden Ring DLC before the Dawn Trail expansion finally lands. I don't know if I'll be able to play the Elden Ring DLC on stream. And if I do, it's probably going to be a long time from now. So we'll see. Might just stick with Final Fantasy XIV right up until the launch. And then, I don't know, take some days off or something. With that said, though, let's go and get right into it. As I talk for 5 minutes and then say, let's go straight into the game. Yeah, let me log in. OBS has this, like, lag with its game capture for some reason. I don't know what it is. But it doesn't seem to matter how long the game's actually been up. If I switch to the scene with the game capture inside of it, it always takes 5-6 seconds for it to actually realize it's supposed to capture something. Although I heard that the latest OBS update was actually pretty feature-rich. Oh, they did some updates to the AV1 encoder, if I remember correctly. So that's been patched. Apparently it wasn't performing very well But you know what? The only platform that currently supports the AV1 encoder is Discord. So, maybe I'll do a special subscriber-only Discord broadcast in 1440p with AV1 encoder. Of course, I don't know if I could actually do that, now that I think about it. And the reason for that is, I would have to have Nitro. I'd have to have Nitro for that. And that's like, what, $100? You buy it the whole year. It's really expensive. Okay. So we're not playing Black Mage tonight. Playing Sage tonight. Hello, Tactical Bear. Welcome. Oh, 76 is when I get my instant cast OGCD AoE shield. And it reduces the damage taken by myself and party members. That is a really powerful button. Holos, that is really strong. Hey, Teabagging. How's it going tonight? Jump right into the main scenario. Going right for the most engaging content right now. The main scenario. I had a great time playing No Man's Sky on Saturday. That was really fun. It was interesting just how dramatically different that game was. The current form of that game versus how it was in 2016 when it was first released. Well, we got the Praetorium. Who's ready for this speech? It's coming. I wonder how Sage is to heal at lower levels. You got a refund on No Man's Sky? You played it once, but you don't... you've played it since then, but you don't own your own copy. Got it. It was actually pretty good. Alright, we have Physis. Basic stuff. Alright, you don't need to run like that. Not really gaining anything from doing that. Yeah, like the things that were different were, I remember the intro area being the same. You still start out as a, stranded on a planet, and you're basically trying to reconstruct your ship. Right, that's your first job, is reconstruct your ship. But the quest line and the progression after that seems so much cleaner. They're so much cleaner. It's actually interesting, like I'm invested in figuring out what's going on and building my little base. Oh, the base building in that game is actually really good. Might grab it after Monster Hunter Stories next week. I saw Monster Hunter Stories release. How is that? Is that good? It looks pretty good. I mean, it's like a little... I don't know. I don't know why I call it a kid's game, but it's got a less mature vibe to it than Monster Hunter normally does. It's very cute. That's the word I'm looking for. It's cute. It's supposed to be like Pokemon? Oh, okay. That would explain the presentation. Got it. Cutscene time, let's go. They just need to go back and voice these cutscenes. Revoice them. If they're going to continue to force us to do the MSQ from now until the end of the lifetime of Final Fantasy XIV, I feel like it might be a good investment. So yeah, we, Gagolian and I played it co-op on Saturday. Found some nice little planets, built a couple bases, did a bit of exploration. It was surprising just how quickly the time seemed to pass. And now there's reputation systems and languages, and you can teleport from place to place using your little inbuilt teleporters from base to base, from space station to space station. There's mysterious alien artifacts, which is basically all you can ask for in a sci-fi game like that. Mysterious alien artifacts that are leading you forward on some kind of quest. So I'm very excited to see how that turns out. Honestly, for some reason, they got some Destiny 2 vibes from it as well, but that's probably just me. I think it's the whole, like, you got the mysterious alien leading you forward. I also got, speaking of bots, I got bot rated. Well, not rated, but followed. I got bot followed on Saturday. 210 follows instantaneously. Like, I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to do with that. Do I go back and report all of them? Do I ban all of them from my chat? And if so, I have to do that like one at a time. Click, 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 click. It was a lot of follows, yes. But it doesn't mean anything because they're all bots. The total effect, really, the whole outcome of that was that my alert system got flooded, basically, which was very inconvenient for me. I had to turn off my alerts for the rest of the night. What is the point of doing that? I have no idea. I have no idea. I honestly don't know. I just have 200 more follows now than I did at the beginning of that night. But it's not like I can really capitalize on that or anything, because followers don't translate into engagements. At least not bot followers. They just don't translate into engagement, so it's like pretty useless. It's too late, Bard. You were way out there for some reason. You don't get any of my heals. I'm not even sure it happens intentionally. I think it might just be like, maybe I was in the category and some algorithm saw that I was new to the category and they decided to just follow the channel with a bunch of their bots. I did notice that earlier in the night I had one of those view bot, like those like cheap viewers bots that came into my channel and like said something, got instantly banned. So I don't know if that was a precursor to what happened or if that was some kind of just a coincidence. I'm not sure. There's just a lot of bots on Twitch. The worst kind is the view botting. Because it's like, sometimes it's not even the streamer's fault. They just get view botted. Somebody decides that you're the lucky person to get view botted, so they just have 400 viewers suddenly pop into your channel, but they're all illegitimate. I don't know if there's any side effects beyond that, like if Twitch does like an investigation of you to see if like maybe you bought that or there was some kind of other illicit activities going on. I don't know. I don't spend a lot of time thinking about that sort of thing. You don't think they care? They probably don't care. It's not like I've ever heard of anybody have that happen to them. So yeah, they probably don't care. Unless you get mass reported. There you go. Now that would be something. 400 followers instantaneously, like all bots, and then they all mass report you. Yeah, I saw that. But there's a bunch of channels that just stream movies and TV shows. The entire thing. The whole film. Right? And there's even some legitimate streamers that I have, at one point during their careers, followed for a bit that are doing that too. You know, they're bored or whatever. Their favorite video game is in some kind of like doldrum. So they're watching full movies, like The Lord of the Rings. I'm in the queue for 2 hours, so we're gonna watch Lord of the Rings together. You know, some stuff like that. Yeah, Twitch is very selective in their enforcement of their rules sometimes. Sulu, congrats on your 10 stream watch streak. Congratulations on that. Thank you for that support, Sulu. They're always streaming anime on their channel? Ooh. Yeah. I recall a time when that was actually like a big deal. Where you would get You might get copy striked or banned or something. So if I finish my cutscene early, and I run up and I start the next cutscene, and somebody's still watching the other one, what happens to them? Do they get kicked out of their cutscene and they put into my cutscene? Or does it wait until their cutscene's over and then immediately start the next one? Oh, I have the little musket new liths. I didn't realize that. That's interesting. They do look like little muskets. Like little black powdered guns. Man, Nero is so whiny at this point in the game. He becomes much more interesting later. But right now, he's just such a dull whiner. All the time. Oh no! Sid, you're so cool. I've had to grow up in your shadow. Even though I'm the real genius. Give me a break. Have some self-respect. Just a couple more weeks until his armor is HD, and we can get rid of all these little jaggies and these little pixels. Look at the size of these pixels on his armor right here. Look at that. Look at this. It's all going away pretty soon. What really gets me is that the game obviously can do better. The game engine can obviously do better, and yet they insist on having these little edges. Like, look at the difference between the outside texture and the inside texture. Why did they elect to do that? Was it really that much more of an optimization? Did they really save that much frame rate from making it look really nice on the outside, but like pixelated garbage on the inside? Just, it's right there. I can see it. The ultimate weapon. So wait, does Nero actually quote the police here? Did anybody else catch that? Nero says about Sid, ever since I've come here, I've watched every move you make and every step you've taken. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. The translators for the game are very cheeky. Where's our tank? It was way back there. Activate. Actually worked out in my favor. Thanks for the help there, Magitech Deathclaw. You're a real bro. There we go. Nice job, team. I mean, the guy's outnumbered 4-1. He realizes that, right? Or does he think that he's so powerful, so mighty, that he can take on all 4 of us at the same time with his big old hammer? Alright. Thank you, Sid, for the words of encouragement. Really appreciate that. Saturated with etheric energy. Ooh. I can't wait for the speech. I'm looking forward to it. And it's, of course, obviously because it's like the only part of this area that's actually voiced. Here we go. It's time for the elevator. The notorious elevator.
Take the lid down, and you should find yourself in the chamber of the Ultima weapon.
This person with the blindfold is creeping me out. Hey, Northcross, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I had worked on that very hard on Friday night.
Keep your eyes peeled. Gaius could be waiting for you down there.
And I'm glad it all came together.
Don't even think about dying. You're too bloody useful. The interference is getting worse.
I think once we got the chest piece figured out, you know, thanks to Strawberry Sundays, Strawberry helped out with that chest piece. Once we got that figured out, everything else kind of just came together.
Tell me, for who do you fight?
And do you stand Eorzea?
Do you believe in Eorzea? Eorzea's unity is forged of falsehoods. Its city-states are built on deceit, and its faith is an instrument of deception.
Ooh, those are heavy accusations there, buddy.
Not but a cobweb of lies. To believe in Eorzea is to believe in nothing. In Eorzea, the beast tribes often summon gods to fight in their stead, though your comrades only rarely respond in kind. Which is strange, is it not? Are the 12 otherwise engaged? I was given to understand they were your protectors. If you truly believe them your guardians, why do you not repeat the trick that served you so well in Cartano and call them down?
That's right, Gaius. Why don't they do that?
They will answer, so long as you lavish them with crystals and gorge them on ether. Your gods are no different from those of the beasts. Icons, everyone.
It always bugged me how easy it was to summon icons.
You will see how Eorzea's faith is bleeding the land dry.
And how hard it is to defeat them once they're summoned.
Nor is this unknown to your masters, which prompts the question, why do they cling to these false deities? What drives even men of learning, even the great Louis Soir, to grovel at their feet?
Hey, Domino, thank you for those compliments. Outlook is your favorite icon, huh?
Your masters lack the strength to do otherwise.
Good choice, good choice. MS Word.
For the world of man to mean anything, man must own the world. To this end, he hath fought ever to raise himself through conflict, to grow rich through conquest. And when the dust of battle settles, it is ever the strong who dictate the fate of the weak.
Very easy to obtain power, but very hard to control. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is they're kind of really easy to summon, but they're really hard to defeat.
That of false worship, a path which leads to innovation and death.
I mean, if it weren't for the Warrior of Light, any one of those eons would have been able to just take over the entire planet.
And in this land of creeping mendacity, that one truth will prove its salvation.
Because they could just temper everybody around them.
Come,
And you would never be able to fight them. Well, I guess anybody with the Echo would be fine, right? But it's like there's only a very select few people that actually have a chance of fighting
It is
them.
only right that I should take your realm, for none among you has the power to stop me.
Someone's watching it in German. Thank you, Domina. Yes, I'm going to try to excel in this situation by keeping a positive outlook. With the word of the Warrior of Light. Oh my god. Unreal. Yeah, Sage is fun. Sage is fun. I like all of the buttons I have to press on Sage. It's interesting because I feel like a lot of my stuff is on very long cooldowns, which makes me feel a little bit weird. That's just not how I'm used to healing. But I have to be confident that I have enough 30-second and 60-second cooldowns to rotate through them. city-states dealt with the primals before we came about. Maybe you can defeat them without the echo, but massive cost of map. I mean, that's the only way they'd be able to do it. Yeah. Yes, they did fight them before the echo, but I don't know how you would manage it. Because they can just temper people. I mean, based on what they've told us about it, yeah, they can just temper as many people as they want, whenever they want to, so... How do you fight that? Hey, I'm level 80. We did it on the first try, that's it. Exactly. Look at that. Look how powerful we are. World first Praetorium, done. Ooh, it feels good, man. Feels good being a world first clear guy. Look at that. Yeah, they require constant ether. But I thought that they also said that they absorb that passively from their immediate vicinity. So they just like walk around and suck up all the ether. The strat was to outlast them. Maybe, I don't know. Enjoy your lurk, Domina. I'm sure you're gonna go have some good meetings. Have some great meetings. Alright. I have to go do this quest. Before we do anything else, I have to go finish the level 80 quest, so I'll be right back. I want to get my level 80 skill. Which I'm pretty sure is Panheimo, so that's gonna be nice. Absorbs damage equivalent to a heal of 200 potency, and then it refreshes itself. It's just like Haima, except it's AoE. Does Haima have higher potency? Haima? 300 potency. Okay, so it's a 300 potency shield with 5 stacks. And this is a 200 potency AoE shield with 5 stacks. And if it expires, it's also slightly lower potency. Let's go, new skill. That's right. I'm excited about it. Yeah, nice. The 100 throws. Okay. I don't know where that is. Good thing I've got this quest log. It takes me right to it. I mean, it's a self-refreshing shield. So, yeah, it seems like a really potent skill. I did all of the remaining raid quests this weekend. And there was one ability on, I think it was E9S, or E9, sorry, not S, just E9, that would have been really useful. That would have been really useful to have. It's like a big AoE attack that the boss does over and over and over again, like 8 or 9 times. Sorry, not E9. P9? P9. Yeah. Pandemonium. When I say I did the rest of the raid quests, I hope you understand that it's Pandemonium, not Eden. P10? What's P9 then? Oh, P9 is the mage guy, right? The floating mage dude? Yeah, I mean P10. Okay, I had to drop this party. Harrowing Hell in P10. Yeah, that's it. That's it, exactly. Why am I wearing this outfit? Why did they put me in this outfit? I knew this guy was the bad guy. At the very minute I saw him. It's very Final Fantasy XIV. Smug dude becomes the bad guy. Other guy becomes your friend. Am I supposed to heal them? I'm probably supposed to heal them. What are these shoes? Harrowing Hell and Savage lives up to its name? That's good. Okay. What am I supposed to subdue them? Okay. I am supposed to subdue them. Shielded from the effects of craniotomy? Is that an act? What? Craniotomy, huh? That's great. Rock breaker. Oh, I can't rescue the NPC. Damn it. Nice provoke. Oh, I have to fight a black mage? Oh, man. Wait a second. Why did they get Fire 4, but it's called Fire 2? Yeah, P10 looked like an interesting fight. Boom. Classical stone. Right. In Savage, you have to use the webs to build a wall at the back of the arena to prevent from getting knocked off. Oh. That's interesting. I think I died on that fight like 6 times. My hit points are really, really low. Like, they were way too low to comfortably do those encounters. There were people in there with 80, 90k HP, and I had 62. So a lot of it was due to me just getting like one shot by some of these mechanics. You better uncraniotomy them. De-craniotomatize. Does my glamour just not work in this cutscene? Why am I shielding this dude? She's a paladin. She should have just covered him. Hello? Cover is worthless? What is it? I mean, does it not take damage for somebody else anymore? Yeah, we all believe in each other. Let's go kill the guy. Doesn't work on a lot of attacks anymore. That's too bad. This guy just straight up pulled a green goblin on us. Well then, okay. It costs gauge. She had plenty of time to build gauge. Why can't Sage turn into this? This is our ascended form at level 110. Like, block this? Oh. Black Mage is moving way too much to be an actual Black Mage. Amputation? Oh god. Don't amputate anything, buddy. I like how all the NPCs know how to do every mechanic before I know how to do the mechanics. This is the Sage quest, yeah. Yep, this is the Sage level 80 job quest. So, what do I do? Just taking control of their minds again. Do I just heal them, or what? What's happening here? Keep your comrades alive. Oh, I see. Until they're out of the control. Oh, I have to break the newlet. Oh. God, it'd be so fantastic if they actually said that over here in the little thing. Kill the newlets. If one of them dies, do I get a chance to sorry, what's the name of it? Agero? Agero them? Hello, Sketch. Those look like daggers to you? They're not daggers, they're swords. They're obviously swords. Did this guy just teleport into the same place that he already was? They really don't make bad guys like they used to. Left, right, scalpel. Okay. Come on, Black Mage. Stop casting your spells and get into the safe spot. Oh, did I never Cardion the tank? Whoops. Right, left scalpel. Uh-oh. Oh, now we're getting complicated. What? The Black Mage actually got hit by that? Are you kidding me? The NPC didn't move out in time? It's not a surprise. You know exactly what he's gonna do. It's in the name. Right, left scalpel. They even made it super easy to understand. They didn't use words like starboard and larboard in this one. Ah, we defeated the Ascended Sage, the level 110 guy. The jig's up, mister. Coming with us. Why does he have a carrot attached to him? How do you see through the solid metal covering your eyes? It's a visor, like Nier Automata. You know, 2B's blindfold. It's actually a very, very highly advanced vision enhancing system. It's like a scouter, it's high tech, exactly. Speak with Loifa in Idleshire. Do. I'm ready for my ability now. Wow. Why the hell did he have to insult her after all she's done? Jeez, man. This guy. He's a real piece of work. Yeah, they're all laughing about it, but he was actually pretty rude right there. Deep down, he's a lonely little boy. Alright, well, that was fun. Every single cat girl looks like they're about to claw you, or is that just you? I think that's exactly what they're going for. Yes. I don't think it's just you, and I think that's intentional. Boom. There we go. Finally, we got our new action. Ready to rock. With Shift Q. It's kind of like the cat guy. You know, the cat guys, their hands are kind of like forever bent in this claw form. That's they can't unbend their fingers. Hey, Sanksum. Do you know if the dot you put up does healing for every dot tick? I don't know. Sage is going pretty well. Level 80. We just got our big level 80 ability. I'm ready to get to level 90. I would say Sage, once I got all of the buttons in a place that made sense, Sage is probably easier to play mechanically than Astrologian. It definitely feels a lower APM than Astro. You dislike the male Miko idle stance. I can see why. The anti-tower. Ooh. This is a fun one. Oh, and it's someone's first time here. Fantastic. Nice. Sage is easier. Really only gets hard when people are getting dropped back to back. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. I need my little heal over time on Caracol, please. That would be fantastic. Yeah, it's been a while, Sankson. Hope you've been well. You do like that Astro has many on-demand heals. I feel like Sage must DPS if people are dying. Feels weird. Yeah, so Sage is like a... I'm sorry, Astrologian is much more like classical healer in that regard. The shield healers in the game, I feel, are... they're harder to play. For me, they're harder to play. Because I constantly have to be predicting what the boss will do, instead of reacting to what the boss has already done. And if I'm new to a boss, the chances that I'm going to predict what the boss is going to do are pretty low, unless, you know, it's like, okay, this is where they've done 2 auto attacks, they're going to do a giant raid-wide AoE. 2 auto attacks, okay, now it's time for their tank buster kind of thing. In which case, that's not necessarily what I'm talking about. It's more like, how many shields do I need to apply to take care of this raid damage thing that's new to this and unique to this one boss? Things like that. Much harder for me to do on shield healers than it is to deal with on a regen healer. At least for the first time. Once I get used to it, sure, it'll be fine, but... I feel like they're just harder to play because of that naturally, both Scholar and Sage. Because in those situations, it's much more likely people are going to be taking actual damage. And you're going to be like struggling to use your less effective direct heals to fill their hit point bars versus using your shields. Hey Zach, how's it going, man? Tried Sage, but you just couldn't stop playing White Mage. What drew you to White Mage, Singson? It's too easy. White Mage is like super strong. Yeah, White Mage is a very, very strong healer. It was the first healer I got to level 90, and I don't recall ever having any issues with it, any of the healing. It felt like it was really natural to pick it up. Oh, Bard's gonna die. Sorry, buddy. I got you. I got you. I wasn't paying attention. I was just DPSing. With the way DPS and dungeons are run, what's this? Concussion. Speed pulling for you feels very anxiety-filled. Feels like Astrologian just can't keep up sometimes. Yeah, that's the way I felt. I felt like there's definitely situations where I was playing my Astrologian where it felt like unless I had all of my regens on my tank and I was just like rolling them and keeping up with them constantly, if I let any one of them fall off, then the tank would just fall behind. It really highlights the importance of having effective DPS, I think. Shorter pulls definitely make it much easier. I'm glad to hear that it wasn't just me. But I'm sure that a better Astrologian would have had an easier time. Man takes damage, heal it. And then every now and then you get to use a Flatus Misery, and it's just super fun, right? You get to fill up your little lily bar. Push your big AoE button every now and then, feel like a boss, and then go back to healing. Trying to create a robust character controller for platformer games. A robust character controller. Are you like, is this like a game dev thing that you're doing? How's life? Pretty good. I have no complaints. I have a good job. I get to stream every now and then. Playing Final Fantasy XIV again after like 2 years. So that's been fun. Dawn Trail's coming out. Looking forward to that. Found out your tank stood in everything and wasn't rotating cooldowns. That would definitely make it harder. That would 100% make it harder. If your tank's not using cooldowns, then they're taking like that much more damage than they need to be, and it puts a lot of pressure on you and your heals. I mean, even a 10% damage mitigation can make a lot of difference. You felt the same way when you were playing Astrologian? Got it. You're a glare mage through and through? Hey, man. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Some of the highest DPS healers I've ever met in the game were white mages. Of course, this was back in Shadowbringers, so I'm not entirely sure if it still applies. You went to an interview that was scheduled for this morning. Only to be told the hiring manager was on vacation, and you were given a bad time by the online application robot. That sounds... I'm sorry, dude. Oh, I guess my bard is dead. I guess I need to res the bard. Sorry, man. I didn't even see it. I was too busy doing other things. Wait a second, do I have that? Oh, I'm out of things. Alright, man. Don't worry, I got you. I got you. Oh. Just don't stand in that. You should be good to go. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa! As a sage, what do you use for a straight heal? You have a straight heal, which is, whatever the hell that name, the ability is called. My F button. I don't recall the name of it. Diagnosis? Yeah. You have a straight heal and diagnosis, but I very rarely actually use diagnosis. Because diagnosis is really, really, really low potency. So it's almost pointless to use it. I use, the abilities that require Addersgall. If a person needs their hit point bar refreshed, I will Addersgall them. I press Physis, which is an AoE regen. There's a few other abilities that you have that are also incidentally heals. I'll also just maybe even do like a Eucrasian diagnosis, even though it's not higher potency. It'll also provide a shield, but it also fills up their hit point bar a little bit. F button, best heal. Listen, dude. You should have seen me on night 1 playing my Sage. I was so lost. I had no idea what any of the abilities did. I had to read the tooltips and reread the tooltips, and chat was like trying to help me out. It was a mess. Me just trying to understand what these abilities did. So the way that I am playing this class right now, I have no idea what the ability names are. All I know is I'm pressing Shift Z to DPS, I press Shift F to do a Addersgall driven single target heal, I press Shift G to do an Addersgall driven AoE heal, Shift E is my AoE damage mitigation ability. C is my AoE regen. It's just like, but if you ask me what the name of those abilities are, I have no idea. I know Pepsis. I know Pepsis is this button because it sounds like Pepsi, and that's it. That's it. That's really all that. How sophisticated I am in playing this class. What is happening to this guy in the party chat? What is happening to this poor guy? I think he's got his he's got his his chat box open and he's trying to do things. He says that his cat was stepping on his keyboard. I don't know if I believe that. It opened up his text box, and he's been trying to sit there pressing buttons, and all of them are getting input in the text box, so he can't dodge or use abilities. Hey, Zozo. Reading text? Dude, it wasn't just reading text. It was me trying to figure out, like, which buttons are also related to each other. Right? So, if you have an AoE heal, what other AoE heals do you have? Because you want those buttons to be closer together so you can, like, logically know this is my AoE healing button section. This is my single target healing button section. So, and then there's, like, certain buttons that use MP to cast, and there's certain buttons that use Addersgall to cast. So I need to know which ones those are, because Addersgall is important. You know, you only have 3 of them. They come back once every 30 seconds, and they give you mana. So if I'm low on MP, I need to start pressing my Addersgall buttons. It was not easy, let me tell you. It was not easy for me to figure out how to actually make my Sage playable. But I feel like we're in a pretty good spot right now. Cats are a menace. Yeah, they are. They really are. Ow. Don't know Sage abilities by their names either. Whoops. Everybody got confused. Oh, they're all attacking me. Oh, this is bad. I might actually die. GG. Go next. Have you tried using your big shield abilities yet? The ones that give you stacks of them? Yes. Yes, I don't have either of them in this dungeon, but I have used them. They have this? Yeah, they're good. They're good. They've got this. I mean, Sue is playing a warrior, so it's effectively like having a second healer that can't rest. Is it basically a tank buster? No, it's not really for that. It's like a small shield that, when consumed, refreshes itself. So it's more good for repeated, like, light attacks. It's not very good for blocking big attacks. It'll block a little bit of it. But then it'll come back. And then if it doesn't actually run out, it gives you 5 stacks of shields, right? So it'll refresh itself 5 times. If all 5 stacks are not consumed, then it heals the person based on how many stacks are remaining. So it's a nice little button to press. It's good. It's really good. But it's not necessarily for, like, tank busters. So AoE pulls? Yeah, stuff like that. I think it's really good for trash. And there's certain boss abilities that are, like, repeated small attacks. And it's really, really strong for that. Small heal or big heal? Which do I press? White Mage thought process. Yeah, no, that's exactly right. What's the name of the little shield that White Mages get? Divine Veil? Is that what it's called? I know I used to press Divine Veil a lot. It's like on a 20-second cooldown or something. It's a nice shield. Divine Benison? That's it. Veil is the paladin shield. Okay. GG. Thanks for the carry. Oh, is the Wondrous Tales book tomorrow? Is that when we need to do that? Got it. Anything good? The Brina? The Brina pet? Alright, I'm out of here. Peace out. It's Shift F? Yeah, you're right. Is that what you put it on? Like I said, I don't necessarily pay attention to a lot of the actual buttons I'm pressing. It's more like I know which button I need to press to get the effect that I want. That's how I learned the class. I feel like it's a bit easier for me that way, particularly with classes like this, where it's like I don't necessarily know any of the names. It's a lot of bait. I mean, that's basically I come prepared, man. I don't want to have to go back and forth and, you know, refill. Pretty good for high-end autos? Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point. I did a lot of fishing back in the day. That's exactly right. I'm super, super close to having the big... Oh god, this is a fishing achievement that you get for having all of the rare fish from the first 3 expansions, ARR, Stormblood, and Heavensward. I think I need 10 more. Out of 200 and something. And those 10 are not easy to get. They're ridiculous. I don't know if I'll ever get them, but, you know, I'm really close. Because I still have to get the stupid Ruby Dragon. And I highly doubt that I've got the patience to get the Ruby Dragon. I've tried, like, probably half dozen times already. It's not easy, even to just prepare for it. Because the window is so small. I mean, it's an hour-long window, but it happens only once, like, every 2 or 3 weeks. And sometimes it's in the middle of the night. Yeah, I did a lot of the ocean fishing. I did a lot of regular fishing. Man, I was a big fisher for a while. That was the only reason I was logging into Final Fantasy XIV was to fish. Those are the good old days, man. I have some clips from back then too. That was a walk down memory lane. That's for damn sure. Ooh, Embolden and Battle Litany? Thank you. Our DPS are on it. Hell yeah. I love it. Now, if only I had Toxicon, so I could move without losing DPS. Black Mage changes look interesting. I think it's going to be pretty good. I'm really excited about the Black Mage changes. We talked about it on stream quite a bit, but I think they're all really positive. Removing Sharpcast, I think, is actually pretty interesting too. Which is, I'm so bad about pressing that stupid button. So bad about pressing Sharpcast. So I'm glad they just made it. They just made it like auto. You just get it 100% of the time. You already had 2 stacks of it anyway, so it's like you already had probably 60 to 70% uptime anyway for that. So yeah, why not just make it a automatic thing? You always have to clip in order to press Sharpcast? Yeah. Yeah, there's no real good way around it. You have to use a Thunder Cloud or Firestarter proc to Sharpcast so you get another Thunder Cloud or Firestarter proc. Or you can use it when you fast cast Blizzard 3 or Fire 3, I guess, but Blizzard 3 is really the big opportunity. But even that is a little bit clippy. So it's not as bad as it could be, but it is a clip. Yeah, the rotation was always I have to find time to press Sharpcast. Yes, yes, exactly. So I'm glad that they're getting rid of it. I'm really happy about the MP regeneration changes in Umbral Ice. I think that is super exciting. And it's going to make spell speed just extremely valuable for black mages. Even more so than it was already. Fixes a lot of problems with that. I hear they're also changing the AoE rotation to be less, like, confusing. Because right now it is very confusing. It feels really weird compared to the Shadowbringer's AoE rotation, which was just divine. Absolutely divine. I'm not at all biased. Flare for days. It's exactly right. That's the way it should be. Flare is your best, most satisfying spell, so all AoE should just be casting as many flares as you can, and making that the focus. Anyway. I think Black Mage is going to be great. Just wanted to be sure I hit the red mage before I actually got out. You got your paid time off approved for the Dawn Trail release date? Can't wait to wake up at 4 a.m. Nice, man. Congratulations, I'm sure that's very exciting. I'm not taking any time off. Which I know is very disappointing for folks, but I have other plans for my paid time off. You can't believe that I hate Final Fantasy XIV? Yeah, that's exactly right. It's a real problem. To be fair, I took off a whole week at the beginning of the month. So you got a lot of time from me at that point. Just think about it like this, you know, you're going to watch some streams earlier than I can broadcast, and you're going to get all of that cool knowledge, and then you're going to come back. You can come back to my stream, and you can backseat the hell out of me about, like, how to do dungeons and bosses and new mechanics and things like that. Just look forward to backseating me on Dawn Trail release. Like, super hard. Because everybody knows I love that. I love it. It's my favorite part. You're all going to be busy playing in the morning anyway. Yeah, right, exactly. Right? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's alright, I got it. Then you can come over to my broadcast and recharge from a hard day of gaming. That's right. See, North Cross? That's exactly what I want to see. The time off on the beginning of the month was to celebrate my birthday. But if you want to pretend like I wanted to spend more time with all of you, then, you know, you're free to do that too. I'm just leaving room for you to stream the game. Are you streaming, Sketch? Are you a streamer? Using Dawn Trail is a good starting point to try and get more into content creation. Oh, that's cool. What kind of content are you going to create? Wheel in motion? What is that? What the hell? Good job, team. Wow, those guys just zoomed out of that instance. A very, very casual tone. You haven't done it in a hot minute. Alright, got it. Got it. I mean, that's the best way to get started, is just ease into it. Just do something. Anything. To get started. And then build from there. Might try a small beginner's guide. There you go. That's fun. Bite-sized lessons for new players. Don't go full Leroy Jenkins at it. I mean, if that's the bite that you want to take, then go ahead. Here's the thing that the line that I would not cross is don't quit your job to get into content creation. You can absolutely, if you've got the resources and you've got the expendable money, buy like a really nice camera and cool lighting, obviously, like amazing lighting, get a great computer. You can do whatever you want, but I guess the thing I'm trying to say is do what makes it fun for you, just like to get started, and then go from there. Don't bank on immediate success. I've seen people that have like quit their jobs and go full-time streaming, and then they don't make it, and then they're just left in a lurch. What's their backup plan? Go get another job. It's rough, man. There's no guarantee that you're going to be successful, and even if you are successful, there's no guarantee that you're going to be successful for a very long time in a consistent, sustainable way. Oh, that's a big thing, isn't that? That is both of the healers just died. Oh god, there was like a little eyeball on the ground. Well, rip. Where's the summoner? We have a summoner. The summoner's gonna have to res. mean, he only has to res one of us. That's it. What, we don't even get a swift cast? Are you kidding me? Did the summoner already swift cast? If they're a good summoner, that button wouldn't even be on the hotbar. Did the summoner die trying to res the healer? Sure. Oh my god! Oh wow, what timing? I think that's a rip. I think we gotta start over. Unless you all can solo this because you have a warrior. 2 warriors. You have 2 warriors. So you might actually be able to do it. It's very over. That's a sweet dragon? Yeah, that's Nidhogg. The erstwhile antagonist of Heavensward. You have 2 warriors, so you might actually make it. I'm just saying, you might actually be able to pull this off. You have 2 warriors, 4 people still up. You should be good to go. They're cooked as soon as Nidhogg throws out Akmorns. Oh, you're right. I forgot all about the Akmorn. Okay. Here's a hot take. Final Fantasy XIV players need to get better at understanding when they need to just wipe up a pull. Right? You're done. You're stop. Just stop. Stop pressing your healing button. Stop dodging attacks. Just die. It's very valiant of you, but you're just making it take longer than it needs to. He's doing it to show the other warrior. What, Sue? No, Sue knows how to wipe up a pull. They should stop pressing buttons. They need to. Both of those people need to be in front of the boss, standing in that AoE. What? Stop. Stop dodging things, please. Oh my god. But I mean, this is not unusual. This is basically how things like this go. If there were a wall, you should run into it in a situation like this? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. There you go, buddy. There you go. Use that LB. There. Nice. Fantastic. Let's see, Control F. Oh, that's why we died. All 3 of the AoEs were stacked on top of each other. That's why we died there. I mean, like, those things don't normally kill you in one hit. They're bad, yeah, but they're not, like, gonna kill you in one shot bad. But all 3 of them were stacked in the middle of the arena. And they clipped both of the healers. I'm gonna drag this Shadow Dragon over onto the Dancer, I think. Let's see how much attention he's paying. Oh, he's attacking somebody else. Alright, I gotta get an aggro back. Alright, come here. Let's see if I can burn all of his Autobots before the next phase of the fight. Yeah, it kind of does. I am named Kyle. Oh, really? Well, good for you. Nice to meet you, Kyle. I am named Kyle. Yeah, that wasn't... I don't think that was 2 minutes. I think that was more like 5 minutes of wasted time. It was crazy. But it might have been just that. It was definitely half of the ad phase, and then into this phase. You love the I am named Kyle voice line? It's definitely more than I was expecting just there. Kyle's back. I gotta say, it's a little bit weird having two shield healers in this fight. I think we're doing okay. Good job, team. Well, that was fun. Okay, what do we have? Some level 80 dungeons we can do. We should do some Mount Gulg. It's been a long time since I've done that one. At least a couple days. I actually really enjoy this instance. I was a little sad when they made all of the whites in the dungeon less bright. Like, they toned down the colors a bit. I thought it was good before, but apparently it was just blinding people. Alright, good night, Northcross. See you next time, man. Yeah. Yeah, they made the like white tones in the city portion more ivory than bright white. So yeah, I guess it was a little bit much for folks to handle.
So it is you.
All right, what's my Toxicon button?
You will not defile my
Shift
new
S.
paradise.
And what is the cooldown of raw intuition? Is it like 60 seconds or 30 seconds or something like that? Because that is ridiculous. I feel like they have it up all the time. Wait a second. Panheima makes that weird bird sound that the white mage abilities make, too? You know what I'm talking about, right? Sounds like a bird chirping. It can be done on every pull. That's crazy. That's a lot. It just fell off. I just saw it fall off. Yeah, this feels so much more under control than my Astro. Although I will say I really like I do like the activity of Astrologian. Drawing cards and trying to fit in all those actions in between your spells actually feels very satisfying when you do it right. But at the same time, it can also be very overwhelming. Hello, Coriar, welcome. How's it going tonight, man? Raw Intuition is very, very short. You can't wait for the new login screen to flashbang us every time we launch the game. Is the login screen, new login screen, just that obnoxious? Is it just like bright white with the words Dawn Trail across it? Cardia is literally a permanent regen. That's a really good point. Yeah, you make an excellent point there. It is a permanent regen. Oh god. Don't shoot me! What are you doing? Frickin' boss? But did I actually get that shield off in time? That's crazy. I thought for sure I got it too late. Lumen Infinitude. That's just a cool sounding ability. Good morning, Lilia. Welcome. Shoot, I'm like, what ability do I want to use on myself? That looks really cool. That looks really cool. Did I really not have Toracol up? Oh, I didn't have any charges of Adderskull. I need to watch that. It's like a bright white screen coming from the sun that zooms out to show the Dawn Trail Island. Oh, good. Okay, so it is just gonna flashbang everybody. A bright white screen zooming out from the sun. Oh
I will not
God.
suffer it!
Who thought that was a good idea? I need to remember to use Phlegma. It's very pretty, but there's no reason they needed to add a literal white screen to the first thing you see. Has anybody here played Phasmophobia in the dark? I love Phasmophobia, it's a great game. But if you're playing it in the dark, which, I mean, it's a horror game, so you might be inclined to do so, and then you open the journal, you actually literally blind yourself.
Filthy creatures!
It's ridiculous. Like, you just open the journal, you're lost. You can't see. It's even better in VR, from what I understand. That is to say, you lose more of your eyesight in VR if you do that. I should probably use Holos. I got that ability, I don't think I've ever used that button. I'll use it next time. Next time you fight some crap. You play it in VR? Yeah, so if you just like open the journal in VR mode, it goes from super, super dark to just super, super bright. Instantaneously. If anybody plays it in VR, you should know exactly what I'm talking about. You play it in the dark, full-on blackout curtains and everything. That's it, man. I love that. Love to hear that. All right, everybody, group up, get all cozy. There you go. That's it. Nice job. How long does Panheima last? It's like 15 seconds or something like that. It's less time than I was hoping for. Did I move out of that a little bit too early? I feel like I moved out a bit too early. It's fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. You can get a little heal out of it after it's done. Yeah, you're right. That's a good point. Ooh. Oh, the monk ate some vulnerability stacks, I see. Or just one. Just one was enough for him to almost die from that. The Lalafell side safe spot. I mean, I like it. I think it's pretty fun.
And righteousness will prevail.
I get a kick out of being in the little pixel.
Can't you do anything by yourselves?
You get the heal after it expires, that's true. That's nice. Alright, that was Pepsis. Don't want that. Let's do Hollows. Hollows... What does it do? It's like an AoE damage mitigation plus a heal? It's an AoE 10% damage mitigation. Does it stack with Duocol? Caracol? Does it stack with that? Because Caracol only says it doesn't stack with Taracol. But Hollows does not say anything about not stacking. It stacks. Oh, that's great. So you can give your folks a 20% damage mitigation periodically. That's really nice. Hollows' shield, mitt, heal, stacks with everything. that seems like a really good button.
Very well.
Yeah.
If you will not be discouraged.
Alright, boss time. Let's do it. You really like the cube boss, the Rubik's Cube boss? That one's fun. I like everybody in this dungeon. This dungeon is actually really good. It's got a lot of very unique feeling locations, cool like set piece fights, interesting bosses. I don't remember if this is an AoE damage or a tank buster. Okay, it is AoE.
Stop them, damn you! I don't care what it takes!
Plus you have innocents yelling at you the entire time. I mean, that's pretty cool, right? Yeah, it's really open as far as dungeons go. You can pull basically everything to the door if you really wanted to. There's not a lot of situations in which that's a good idea, but you can do that if you want. I really wanted to press Holos there, but I pressed Pepsis instead. Damn. I got the whammy. Plus it has the really, really good Shadowbringer's boss music. It's like S tier. I'm just looking at those hit point bars. This boss can be really tricky, so just gotta make sure that the folks that get clipped by things get healed up before the next thing happens. There you go. Get that LP, get that 5% damage. Not quite enough to get to kill her before the ad phase, though. What do you call this? This is not really even an ad phase. This is just a boss attack? I'm not even sure. It's just something that delays killing her because she's untargetable for a second. Nice job, team. The forgiven enemy types are some of the coolest 14 has ever had. I agree. Uh-oh. Wait. Something here? Golg Planter? Sometimes I forget to check the final treasure copper before we leave. Forgiven's Robe of Healing. That actually might be an upgrade. Oh, of course, I've got upgrades everywhere because I got to level 80. Forgot to put on all of my good gear. So that, I would say that dungeon was relatively straightforward and simple. I don't feel like there was any time where I was really panicking, and I didn't even have my level 80 gear on. I was wearing like level 70 and level 77 gear. Just whatever I had on me from the dungeons we've been running. Okay, I need to upgrade my weapon. Let's go upgrade the weapons. I also need to reapply my glamour plate. Adventuring sweater is cool, but we have an actual sage glam. Which we constructed as a community. Sage is very strong, at least in dungeons. It really feels that way. It really does. Okay, where do I get weapons from again? It's not here. Is it token exchange? Is it this guy? There we go. There we go. We got it. Let's see. Sage. Sage. Crypt Lurker's Pendulums. What? Those things look wild. What the hell? How do the rest of them look? What's the Crystarium one? Try that on. It's like a shuriken on your back. Okay. Not a big fan of the ones that do that. I'll be honest. They only went so far back as the Crystarium stuff and the Deep Shadow stuff. They're like, yeah, sages don't get any of that. Which is a shame because the Deep Shadow stuff looks incredible. I think a lot of the Deep Shadow gear is just insanely good. This is like black plus glowing red motif. It's hard to beat, man. Wait, why do they have... They have Reaper gear? But oh, that's a... I'm sorry. That's a scythe, but it's not a scythe. It's a black mage weapon that's just called a scythe. Got it. Never mind. I take it back. Hey, Gigolian. Welcome. Hello, everybody from Gigolian's chat. How's it going tonight? How was your broadcast? Hail and well met, folks. I hope you're all having a fantastic evening so far. We're level 81 on the Sage right now. We're just leveling up. Consistently, forever. We started Crypt Master tonight. Crypt Master? What's that? Can't believe they teased Reaper all the way back in Shadowbringers. Yeah, right, exactly. Just the Deep Shadow Scythe. But it's a black mage weapon. The Deep Shadow Scythe. Alright, I think we're good. We got our augmented Crypt Lurker stuff. We have all of our other things. Welcome, folks, by the way. If this is your first time here, I am the Sharply Dressed Man. We're playing Final Fantasy XIV. The Sage is taking up a lot of my time these days. Feels good. Feels really good. He plays 4 zombies. And you interact with the world by typing one word at a time. One word at a time? 4 zombies. That sounds like fun. Do you have like a... I'm level 81. Does that mean I can do Endwalker dungeons? It does. Let's do the Tower of Zot. This one's a fun one. This is a good dungeon. Like, do you have to type attack? Attack. Spell. Heal. Is that how that works? That's awesome. was like, wait a second, who's drawing cards? That's not me. Wait, you weren't in line of sight there for a second? The hell? Hit, jab, yell, zap. That sounds awesome. Was it fun? You having a good time with it? This guy's got a million hit points. It's Orion J drawing all those cards. Of course. The bard brought his magic set. I was seriously confused. I'm like, what is happening? I swear I'm not playing Asteroid now. It's a little slow, but you're enjoying the riddles. Well, if you're typing one word at a time, it feels like it would just be naturally slow. But I'm glad you're enjoying it. Sounds like fun. Sounds like it would be like prime riddle territory in that case. Guess the word, right? Okay, Blizzard 3, right? Fire 3, right? Thunder 3. Bio 3. This is just her using all the abilities so that you know what she has in store for you later. And then she starts to transmute them. Alright, so transmute Thunder 3 is going to be over there, so we're going to have Thunder coming from that direction. Just randomly poisons you, and with a random secondary target, just damage. She just points her finger at you and does damage to you. It's a shock or something like that. And when she does bio plus anything else, bio plus fire, it's just like, what the hell? Seriously? That seems unfair. God, it's so cool that those abilities stack. That is so neat. Thunder plus fire, huh? Not bad. So there's just a lot of really long cooldown of things, but the ability to like put Cardia on someone and heal them while DPSing, I feel is such a strong aspect of this class. Plus I can build damage while the tank is just running from place to place by giving myself stacks of Adder Sting. Just trying to get used to pressing all my buttons. So I might be overhealing by a lot, but I don't care. I don't care. I need to get used to pressing things to have actual effects happen, you know? I need to know when I press this button, this thing happens. Because that's honestly really, really important for me for this class, because there's a lot of buttons that I just don't know what the names are, but I know where they are located on my keyboard, and I know what they do. One of these days, I'm not going to be healing a warrior. It's going to be somebody else. It's going to be a lot squishier. I've been putting dots on the mobs as I chase the tank. No, not really. I've been charging up Toxicon, but I could be putting more dots on things. Yes. You feel sad. I'm sorry to hear that. You just healed trial raids and had more fun on Sage than Astrologian. It's okay. It's okay, man. It's okay to have fun with the game. I'm sad, but I'm having fun. Don't worry about it. Are you sad you're not having the right kind of fun? You should try it. I'll give it a shot. Manusia confuse. I like how I see all of my friends as bad guys too. Feel like you betrayed the heart of the cards? It's just a video game, don't take it that seriously. It'll be alright, man. Everything's gonna be okay. Oh, that's what battle voice sounds like. It actually sounds like people cheering. Well, that's interesting. You can borrow some cards from the bard? Yeah, exactly. Everything's gonna be alright. You can just, yeah, borrow the cards from the bard. It means they knew what they were doing. Smart devs. Yeah, right, exactly. They give you more than one class that you enjoy playing. That's like... That's it, man. That's the... Mother load. That's what you want. Do I heal this guy? Yeah, I should probably heal the guy. Not the tank, though. That was not the guy I was talking about. I definitely want to heal the tank. I was talking about the Reaper. Yeah, these packs are just like super, super beefy. They hit so hard. I think it's because they have like a whole bunch of these roadster guys. These roadster guys have got a tank buster, which is just incredibly powerful. It hits really hard. Once that guy's dead, I think everything kind of slows down. But those roadsters are just like, what the hell? And they do it often, too. That's the thing. It hits hard and they just spam it. The Iron Colossi also have tank busters? Oh, yeah. That's gross. Disgusting. Who would even do such a thing like that? Manusia Reflect. Ready for round 2? Here we go. I mean, at least the individual spells don't hit that hard. Could be a lot worse. Oh no, I don't have any Adder's Gall. I'm out of Adder's Gall. Wait, it actually got off? Oh, man. That's fine. That's fine. Man, that boss is a struggle. That's just so much stuff happening. Yeah, this was like a 20-minute dungeon. Did take us a while. Still 10 minutes faster than it is with trusts. Yeah, you're right. Trusts do take a long time, but they're remarkably reliable. So once you do the dungeon, it's, you know, you're going to finish it. It's going to be pretty straightforward. It's going to be slow, but it's going to be, you're going to get it done. Haggle Fan. Don't want to do that one. What should we do next? I don't want to do an Anamnesis dungeon. Or, I should say, an Aniter dungeon. Make your dote a tank buster? Your dot? Academia Aniter? I could do that. That sounds like fun. Basically, Sulu and I are just pulling a bunch of people, random people, into these, like, dungeons that nobody ever really does. Yeah, the music in this one is just top tier. Your dote? Oh, I see. A flying heart. Got it. I don't... Is that like a pet? I'm honestly confused, because I don't know what that is. Oh, it's an emote. Oh. Oh, okay, everything's coming together now. So you want your emote slash, like, slash dote, which is, I think, a kiss, right? You shoot a, like, little heart at them? To be a tank buster? Naturally, that does make sense. Blows a kiss. Cool. This is one of those things I have no knowledge of. I don't really collect emotes. I have lots of emotes, but I don't really intentionally collect them. You have it as a tank buster. Oh, that's interesting. That's cool. They're saying dote, it's an emote, really popular greeting slash goodbye. Okay, got it. Dote. I always get hit by that one. That one's a tricky one. They're like, oh, it's just a little point blank AoE, don't worry about it. And then the second one's like this gigantic cone AoE. Everything's fine. God, that regen on the Caracol is so good. Hello, Alhea. You don't get this dungeon often? I know, that's why we're here. I haven't gotten this dungeon in... it's been a while. I think I did it recently, as in, like, in the last month. But it's one of my favorites, always has been. I like how these plants just drag their little pots with them. It's a nice touch. Did you see the launch trailer released with this last live letter? No. I didn't watch it. Is it good? Is it worth watching? It was so good. What'd you like about it? They showed a boss. That looked very cool. Alright. What was cool about the boss? What'd you like about it? I feel like I shouldn't be in front of him, but here I am in front of him. It was huge, and the design was awesome. Okay, nice. Alright, so now we can't go into the things, right? It's alright. It's okay. As long as I don't have too much of a concussion, it should be fine. Obi Wanton, thank you. That one arena was cool. I'll have to keep an eye out for the arena. Yeah, I didn't watch the trailer because when I asked folks if anything happened during the live letter, they said there was a trailer, but it had a lot of spoilers in it. So I honestly I just didn't go back and watch it. They throw in red herrings. Oh. So it's like a spoiler and not a spoiler at the same time. Speaking of spoilers, hello Sangsum. The trailer, TBH, you need to take it with a grain of salt. Well, you can't tell me it's both awesome and I need to take it with a grain of salt at the same time. It's either awesome and it contains awesome things, or it's awesome, it's not awesome and it contains fake things. Like, what are you telling me here? Which awesome is it? It's like playing League of Legends. Oh my god. This trailer is awesome, but it's full of fake stuff. There's red herrings in it. Well, how can you tell it's awesome then? I don't know, man. Seems a little suspicious to me. It's amazingly awesome, but spoiler culture is trying to shoot me as we hint. What? What is spoiler culture? What the hell is that? I think you just made up a word. What is spoiler culture? You're spreading misinformation online. That's right, Sketch. Didn't expect them to show Xenos coming back to a fight from the Dawn for the Dawn Throne, right? Exactly. How can you tell it's fake? It's a good game, but how can you tell it's fake in the first place, right? I mean, League of Legends? Which Final Fantasy is this from? 8. This is Final Fantasy 8 boss. Or the little balls. Go grab them. Go grab them, Bard. Go get them. I'll get them. Fine, I want my damage up. Hell yeah. The Bard's really the most... he's gonna eat so well on this boss because those little balls come up and there's just like a billion points of mitigation. Not mitigation, damage. It's mitigation because I needed to press my mitigation button right there. Alright, there you go. There you go. There you go. People forget about that because you can just, you know, something beforehand doesn't mean you can't still enjoy it. Wait, we're talking about spoilers? Some people really, like, when you spoil something for them, that legitimately removes all of their enjoyment from I'm not gonna judge somebody for not wanting something spoiled. Like, that's a perfectly reasonable thing to think about. Especially in a game like this. Like, this game is so storyline heavy. I'm grabbing this. This is mine now. Alright, I need to read the actual conversation because I feel like I might be responding to something out of context. Because, wow. They show off part of a trial. Okay. Is it an awesome part of the trial? How awesome is it? Yes. Give me that LB. That tank LB. Anything good? No? Good job, team. When Avengers Endgame came out, everyone was constantly talking about spoiler culture. I don't remember that at all. Usually, regardless if the information actually tells you anything or not. What? Internet people. Spoiler culture is a Twitter term mostly. It's people being up in arms anytime someone spoils anything about a new or upcoming popular franchise. Are you saying that having spoilers about something that you care about is a good thing? I don't understand that. That's weird. Why are you arguing to spoil people? Are you saying that spoiling things is good? That's a very strange opinion to have. Like, I don't know how I don't defend that at all. Regardless if the information actually tells you anything or not. I mean, that's their choice. If they don't want to hear about it, why are you... I mean, they could also just remove themselves from those venues, but if you're, like, telling somebody that you know doesn't want to be spoiled a spoiler, that's just being mean. Because you know something beforehand doesn't mean you can't still enjoy it. I argue the opposite. Some people derive sole enjoyment out of being surprised and enjoying the reveal. And if you just tell them that, you take out all of their enjoyment for no reason. That's just being cruel. Surprised you didn't Icarus to the boss? Can I Icarus to monsters? I thought I could only Icarus to players. Targeted enemy or party member's location. Well, that's cool. I learned something. Looking forward to your gap closer as a white mage? Yeah, I bet everybody is. Wish it was a gap closer and not a fixed distance dash. This fixed distance dashes are more valuable than gap closers, if that's what you're talking about. So it's better as a fixed distance dash than as a gap closer that goes to a target. You understand trying not to be spoiled, but some people throw too much of a fit. That's not for you to judge, by the way. So you cannot judge someone else's reaction to something that you're doing. At what point is it too much of a fit versus not enough of a fit? Versus a regular-sized fit? Anytime anything even close to a spoiler happens. Got the entire soundtrack for the 4th Harry Potter movie for Christmas one year. Listened to it before actually seeing the movie. It ruined the movie. It ruined the movie. Right there. No longer enjoying it. You foresee many, many white mages yeeting themselves off edges with that dash because it's fixed distance? Maybe. I mean, dancers seem to do just fine with it. Do dancers continuously yeet themselves off of ledges? I probably missed something. I understand trying not to be spoiled, but some people throw too much of a fit. I'm reading what you said. Too much of a fit. You can't, like, that's not up to you to judge if somebody's having too much of a fit or not. You might have just ruined an entire experience for them that they were looking forward to for, I don't know, let's just say a long time. At what point do they have the right to throw enough of a fit if that happens? Like, I would be very upset, and I would let you know I was upset if you spoiled something that I was looking forward to before I had a chance to experience it, legitimately. You can't wait for the inevitable white mage yeetus deletus. I don't know. I feel like dancers do this all the time. Do dancers die a lot because they dash off of ledges? You try to avoid it in general because people are super sensitive to most things right now. What do you mean, most things? What is most things? What? Wait, we're talking about spoilers. When did this become a generalized statement? I mean, it's pretty much considered globally rude to learn something about a game and then go into public forums or places where people have an expectation of not being spoiled and then spoil it for them. Imagine if someone got mad at Yoshi P for telling people to do the Crystal Tower raid because it is important for Shadowbringers. Some people would see that as a spoiler. Okay, well, they're gonna find that out when they... sure, yeah, but then you just don't watch live letters, I guess. Because it sounds like live letters have a... Like, you don't have an expectation of not getting spoiled if you watch live letters. If you're watching a live letter about an expansion, you're probably going to learn things about that expansion. Right? So that's where I would draw that distinction. There's an expectation that you're going to learn information about it. So, at that point, I feel like the person has lost their justification for getting upset about that. But if you're just like, if you learn something new and you go on Twitter and you just spam it out there like, oh, Dumbledore dies, you know, that sort of thing, when Harry Potter first came out, then that's just being mean, just to be mean. You'll learn about the expansion, but will not be spoiled about important story beats. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you see, there you go. There's a topic. At what point is a story old enough that you can talk about it without having to worry about spoilers? You try to stay away from most story-related anything when it comes to this game. Yeah, I think that's pretty safe. I think that's safe. I generally just don't consume that data, like those information sources, before playing a game. I don't know, man. I stay remarkably unspoiled on games. For years. I don't know. Maybe I'm just get lucky. Maybe I'm just lucky about that. Let's do, I don't want to do the Grand Cosmos. I really don't want to do Pagelthan. Actually, maybe this one. I was thinking about a different dungeon. This one actually might be fun. This is the Lunar Bahamut dungeon. This one's pretty good. Still don't know anything about Final Fantasy 16. Yeah, me too. I'm completely unspoiled on that game. Like, I have no idea what happens then. The name of the raid being spoiled wasn't too bad. Hey, Kador. Yeah, I think the name of the raid like names are one thing that Final Fantasy XIV does pretty well to prevent spoilers. Like if you know what the name of the final trial is, like the name of the person, like Innocence, for instance. Innocence is related to the story, but the name of the monster in the trial is not the name of the person. So there's a little bit of a game they play there. I like it. I think that's actually something that most MMOs do. To try to prevent people from catching on before they get to the actual part of the story. Wow. Sketch wrote a novel. Spoiler culture in modern day game context is large groups of people getting upset over seemingly small things. What is a seemingly small thing? Like I think that's where we're having this disconnect. Who judges the magnitude of both the action and the response? I mean, they obviously don't think it's a small thing. Otherwise they wouldn't respond that way. Like, I don't think anybody is in a position to judge anybody else's behavior here. Just try not to be a dick, I guess. Also, I feel like getting this Eucrasia going off sometimes can be a real trick. So if I'm off of the cadence, then it just doesn't happen. I end up casting the wrong spell. Meanwhile, Endwalker? What happened? What about Endwalker? I mean, I feel like I've talked about Endwalker a lot. Seemingly small is subjective. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm sorry you couldn't tell that person was going to have that response beforehand. And like, they might get upset about it. But then you just have to deal with it. Ah! Alright, I think he actually uses a big lightning bolt here. Yeah. Kind of. But it only hits the people that don't get the thing. If you're watching a live letter, you're gonna get some spoilers. Yeah, that's basically it. If you're gonna get upset at Yoshi P for talking about spoilers, like, you're watching a live letter about an expansion. And the things that he considers spoilers, or not spoilers, you might consider to be spoilers. But at that point, it's really buyer beware. You gotta, oh my god, dude. You gotta take that into account. Whew. That was really close. There is some sense of don't judge people for being upset because they consider something a spoiler that you don't consider a spoiler. There is some sense of that, right? At the same time, don't put yourself in situations. If you're spoiler sensitive, don't put yourself in situations in which you might be spoiled. Because there is accountability there, self-accountability. has become a much bigger thing because of social media in general. It's easier to get spoiled with social media because there are people that are talking about it that are like really passionate about this certain thing, right? They're really excited about it, so they share it on Twitter, and then that might get into your feed even though you don't follow that person, because that's how social media works. There's bad actors out there that they're chaos agents basically. They really want to generate as much I don't know. They just want to be bad actors, right? So they just want to go out there and spoil things. Like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that.
What took you so long?
So, I mean, I can see where that comes from.
The
Yeah.
Amalja are in trouble. Let's split
Stay
up.
off of YouTube. I don't have a problem with that. I don't really watch YouTube at all. It's Strawberry. Oh, you're talking about the Endwalker Extreme Trials. Is what you're talking about, I think, with that comment. Yeah. The Endwalker Extreme Trials gave away a lot. I remember when I was streaming that. I was actually legitimately not confused, but I didn't know what to do. Because I wanted people to know I was doing the Extreme Trials, but if I put the Extreme Trial names in my title, then people would get, like, spoiled with who we were fighting. Although, to be honest, at that point, it's pretty obvious. You know? Some of them are pretty obvious. That's why you go full dark until you've done what you want to do. Here's another example. Elden Ring. Oh my god, dude. Elden Ring, when it first came out, holy hell. Spoiling encounters, boss fights, lore, because Elden Ring's lore is so uniquely told. It's so hard to know what people have actually experienced in that game because it's not like there's a story. You know, it's like, have they picked up and read the tooltip on this item? And if they haven't, then they're gonna get spoiled about something. Hello, Loki-san. How's it going? I think people want to avoid spoilers for a game should not be watching streams. Wait. You don't think people who want to avoid spoilers should not be watching streams? Okay. You do think that people... Wait. Did you mean to say you think that people that want to avoid spoilers should not be watching streams? Or browsing that... Yeah, okay. Browsing that category. Yeah, just if you know you're spoiler sensitive, exercise some personal responsibility there and make sure you're not putting yourself in situations in which you might get spoiled. Now, just like we were saying with the live letters, if you're watching a live letter about an expansion, they're going to be discussing things about that expansion, and if you are not 100% positive that you're okay with that, just don't do it. You know, you can't get upset about that at the end, because you're the one that's responsible for putting yourself in that situation in the first place. Man, that was fast. When I mentioned the stream title. Yeah, so that was it. And then I saw people started like putting Extreme Trial 1, Extreme Trial 2, etc., and I was like, that's a really good idea, but I didn't think about it at the time. But I agree with you. If you're playing the game and you want to avoid spoilers, you know streamers are going to be playing the game, and unless like they're going to be playing the game and they're going to be going through that content. So the chances are that you watch them or read information about them, you're going to experience things you want to avoid. So, again, just express some common sense there. No, the missiles! I forgot about these missiles, dude. These missiles are so bad. They catch everybody by surprise and then they end up getting hit by them. can use filters on YouTube and Twitter to auto-block content. Final Fantasy XIV content until you're finished with the MSQ. Oh, I didn't know that was a thing. The tiniest little rocket-propelled missiles. There's the Guardian boss in Stormblood. I remember those missiles being a problem because people would always get hit by them. And it was because they were so innocuous. I believe it's mostly third-party filters. Yeah, I don't think that there's anything built into the tools themselves. Okay, that was my thing. Because I probably don't have anything like that installed. I don't use third-party tools for the most part. Bosnia missiles? Which missiles are you referring to in Bosnia? I don't recall. Is there a particular boss you're talking about? You walked into them a few times because you didn't see them? Yeah, that's because they're super small and they move really slowly. Yeah, they're the world's slowest rocket-propelled missiles. Alright, dude. You got that dragon? I got this dragon. Alright, fine. We're here. The recommendation section is dangerous. 100%. Yes. Someone walks into the general Final Fantasy XIV category, they're asking for it. If they care about Final Fantasy XIV, they're probably aware that the expansion's been released and that people are going to be playing it in the Final Fantasy XIV section on Twitch, so yeah, you're right. I would agree with that. Whoa! Getting a first-hand look at the leveling experience for your Pictomancer, minus the boosted experience rates. What are you talking about? Me just sitting here spamming stuff? Is that what you're talking about? Or is it the missiles? You think in general, Castrum had missiles. Got it. I remember the bosses in the Castrum had lots of cannons and stuff. Dungeon spamming. Oh yeah. Okay, so you're gonna spam dungeons. You're not gonna do like, Bosnia? People see the rocket and they think it's the Lalafell healer. Oh, hell, you're right. Damn it. I need to be more innocuous. You might dabble in Bosnia, but you plan to just spam the dungeons? That's cool, man. I hear people, like, say all kinds of things about what the best, fastest way to go is. I think there's debate to be had there. I honestly don't know what it is. Dungeons are really fast. If you do the right dungeons, like, not the dungeons I'm doing. These dungeons are okay, but it's like, I think there's faster ways to do it. Hey, almost nobody took damage. Nice job. It's really hard for me to tell if there's the one in the center or not on this mechanic. On release day with 2 new DPS, we shall see if I change my mind quickly after the queue time, say 30 minutes. Yeah, I'm leveling a Black Mage, so it's going to be just about the same. God, maybe I don't want to do Black Mage first. Maybe I want to do Scholar. Let's level up Scholar. That way I get Summoner at the same time. We're getting a DPS limit break. Hell yeah. Nice job. You have the choice of the numbing grind of dungeons or the numbing grind of something else. I'll tell you what, I don't find the dungeon grind to be nearly as numbing as the bossy grind. Oh man. I don't know what it is about Fates, but running Fates just is like it's another level of grind for me. It is just unbelievable. I much prefer dungeons. Because, I mean, I've been doing it for weeks now. Leveling up my healers and my summoner. I've just been doing dungeons. Maybe a little bit of dailies here and there. You need to get the Eureka glowing gear to stand out. Dungeon spam is fastest, but only if you have a full pre-made to spam with you. Otherwise, Bozia is fastest solo. And thanks, Sulu. Thank you for the runs. Appreciate that. Summoner is such a letdown. Not even sure it's worth. Why do you say that? You rarely get to do proper rotations in Fates. Yeah, I think that might be my big problem. Is that Fates are just... they're too short. And... I mean, Bozia has some bosses you can run to every now and then to go do those. Those are fun. It's the do this, and then they do this, and then they do this, and you're just running in circles all the time. I can't do that. It's just so boring. But maybe I'll do it, just because it might be that efficient, but it's really dull. The healers that you would get are not healing because of the boycott. Is that thing actually serious? How serious is the healer boycott? I thought it was just like a big meme. There's no way that enough healers are actually legitimately not playing the game for it to mean anything. Loki-san says, I'm doing pretty good. I got some ice cream and chocolate chip cookies. That sounds amazing. I like that a lot. Elden Ring is easy to spoil because it's open world, so a lot of people have vastly different journeys. Exactly. This tech would put Extreme Trial 2 or something in video titles. Yeah, that was a new thing in Endwalker. People will generally put EX1 or EX2 for a while. Yeah, that's a new thing. I don't think that was in Shadowbringers. I don't recall ever doing that or ever seeing anybody do that in Shadowbringers. The healer strike is a full-on Discord, and they are completely unhinged in there. Oh, Haru, are you in the Discord? Are you in the healer strike Discord? That's amazing. What? Summoner rotation is exactly the same, just extended. Summoner is, it's interesting how different it is from Black Mage. Sanksum says I have to get to 90 to do the MSQ first. I want to do it on Pictomancer unless I hate it while leveling. Yeah, that's a problem. I feel like that's always been a thing. Ever since they introduced these new classes, you know, for the expansion, it's like, how fast can you grind 10 levels? DPS would probably be fine if you're doing the MSQ because you're only going to get dungeons once in a while, so you won't notice as much downtime. That's what I'm thinking too. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. If I already have a level 90 DPS, and I do the MSQ, then I can just trust the dungeons and go from there. Basically play the game like a single player game for a bit. To go from 90 to 100. Summoner didn't get anything new? Oh yeah, they got the Solar Bahamut, right? Or something like that. People also don't like that the capstone ability is just another Bahamut. Yeah, I feel like we've had too many Bahamuts these days. Gosh. Another Bahamut? What am I going to do? I can't hold all these Bahamuts in my hands. Summoner healing is such a bad idea. I agree. I don't know why they gave Summoner another healing button. Is that ever actually meaningful? Ever? Is DPS healing ever actually meaningful? Particularly, I mean, a Bloodbath is meaningful because you can push the button and you know, you can heal yourself. And you know that it's not being overhealed. But things like Bahamut, Phoenix, you don't have much of a choice when you pull those things out to heal. And it's a giant AoE, so I feel like it's almost all overheal. I'd be really surprised or interested to see what the actual breakdown is. Like how meaningful is it? Is it just, or is it just 100% overheal? In which case, they should just change that into a DPS button. You don't think it's that serious? Absolutely was not in Shadowbringers because, as you said, saying Innocence EX farming meant nothing. People don't even know who Innocence is. That's true. That just means instant Qs if you go with Scholar. Yeah, I'll just be a healer. That's it. I'm just going healer main. Everybody, that's it. You know, Black Mage main, no more. I'm a healer main now. Watch me heal. Watch me be a Strike Buster. You have a mole in the Discord. Oh, okay, Haru. Got it. You have a little spy. Interesting. You want the Bahamas to start stacking. Yeah, I agree. You should have like more than one Bahamut out at a time, right? You got your Bahamut on your left. You got your Bahamut on your right. And they're both Akmorning. Now we're talking. Summoner heal is quite potent if it lines up with mechanics. It's as much as a Medica 2. Yeah, well, what's the likelihood of that happening? They would have to design bosses specifically to put off like an AoE damaging ability, and the healers would have to specifically not heal that ability for the heal to mean something. So, yeah, Second Wind and Bloodbath are different, because those are like, you know when you press those you're in trouble. You're going to get that healing, and it's going to be important. But when the healing is worked into a DPS rotation, just periodically it happens. How meaningful is that? You heal the tank during Phoenix phase sometimes when they're already at full health. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like all overheal. Problem is it doesn't line up often. Yep, I agree. You don't think the Summoner getting a heal is a good way of making the class more fun or interesting? I think that they should just get more damage. I think they should have more damage buttons. Is it just me? I feel like you're as a DPS, you might have like one or two backup, like really emergency heal buttons for yourself, and everything else just be a damaging button to increase your damage. Even dashes, by the way, are DPS buttons because they increase your uptime. But heals, like unless you're Kuribu in the ancient city of Amdapor, you're not DPSing with those. People playing Summoner aren't doing it to keep their parties alive. They're doing it to summon and do damage with their summons. That's exactly right. That's what I'm saying. It's not a common thing for healers to care about because they have tons of heals in Savage anyway. Yeah, yeah, it just kind of gets lost in the noise. You mean how Black Mage used to have Cure? We did? Dude, I don't remember that. As a bard, I want more heal and support buttons. Just make every ability bard does heal and AoE. An AoE heal. Was that, wait, what, did Black Mage have Cure back when it was like you had to heal, you had to level up White Mage and Archer to become a Black Mage? Is that what you're talking about? Or no, it was Black Mage, was it Black, well, no, it was Thaumaturge and Archer. It was Thaumaturge and Archer they had to level up to become a Black Mage. Yeah. Oh, that was a good time. You remember the days that Bard had Healer LB3? Interesting. In ARR, we had a mini cure. Nice. Dawn Trail is going to be weird, says Sketch, because it feels like some classes got good adjustments and others got really crappy adjustments. I hope we don't end up with multiple classes feeling bad to play, but I'll cross my fingers. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Depends. Depends on how you feel about... if you're play Summoner, it depends on how you feel about Endwalker Summoner. If you like playing Endwalker Summoner, you're probably going to like playing Dawn Trail Summoner. But if you don't like playing Endwalker Summoner, it doesn't sound like there's anything in Dawn Trail that's going to change your mind. I remember. Yeah, man. Healers already complain they have too much healing in their kit. I would like to frame that as healers complain that there's not enough healing to do. Because I know there's some people that frame having too much healing in their kit as I want to have more DPS buttons. And that's just weird. That is a weird conclusion to draw from that. The game should give you enough damage opportunities, like, to press the healing buttons that you have. And I think they only really balance that around maybe Savages? Maybe. But even then, I think you spend a lot of your time just DPSing. I hope they are, Strawberry. I really do. Heaven's Word was when they gave everyone unique LB3s. Bard just had a generic healer LB3. Oh, that's pretty funny. That's great. Yeah, I hope they get to that point, Sangsum. SE designed themselves into a corner. They are dead set on making all content accessible to everyone. There's no concept of this is a challenging content that you have to work towards outside of Ultimates. So they must account for poor play, chatting healers, lack of mitigation, and yes, healers that do not heal. I feel like this is a problem that other MMOs have solved. Right? I go back to World of Warcraft. It's not like they balance everything around mythic rating. And I know when I'm healing a dungeon, I'm playing a healer, I might be smiting sometimes, but I'm usually healing. Unless it's Holy Nova, and then I'm just using that. Or if I'm playing Discipline Priest, I might actually be smiting more than that. Mythic raid participation has been dropping recently. Yeah, I can see that. Healing is a tough thing to balance because there's a big gap in healing throughput depending on skill level. I think that's okay. I don't think that healing throughput is related to number of healing abilities, by the way. You can see White Mage for that. Like, White Mage's healing throughput is, like, through the roof. Like, they're so good at spamming heals. And it's definitely something that they need to... I mean, if a dungeon is hard, it's going to be hard. And the person that is playing the healer needs to either spend more MP, or the tank needs to do something, or the DPS need to kick it up, or something has to change in the party. And there has to be, like, an understanding that you might fail. Otherwise, yeah, you're never going to have enough damage to heal. You're never going to have enough damage to, like, keep it interesting for healers to actually want to press their buttons. Yeah, I'm okay if some people self-select out of that. I think that's fine. They skew the scaling until you get to like +6 keys. You're playing WoW again to kill time? It's even worse. Nothing is challenging or hits remotely hard until you start doing Mythic. Oh, really? Interesting. Wow. I haven't played WoW in like 4 years, so all of my information is old. I will say that. Definitely feel like Final Fantasy XIV made it a little complicated with healers DPSing. Yeah. Yeah. Let's just... I feel like the people that play healers... This isn't really a feeling, this is just an observation. There's two different schools of thought. Either, you know, I should be healing the majority of the time, or I should be DPSing. It's like... And the reason why DPSing is so big is because that's the button that you press when you don't need to heal. Right? Is you're always just pushing your DPS button when no healing needs to be done. It's your baseline action. I would like it if it was skewed more towards the I'm using my healing buttons more, and I have, you know, people to heal, and I'm using my AoE mitigation, but I'm not just using it for the tank's benefit, because I do that a lot with this class. Like, the tank is the only one that's taking damage a lot of the time. So I have like half of my kit is for AoE damage mitigation, but it never gets used. The damage intake from going to heroic to mythic raids doubles. Wow. DPS checks shouldn't be dependent on healer DPS. That's a hard one. Yes, it depends on what level you're talking about. Because if you're talking about like week 1 DPS checks, here's the problem that I experience with that. How do you balance week 1 damage checks? Because if you say that healers either healers don't have the ability to damage, or they do, and the people that have healers who damage are going to have a better time than the people with healers that don't damage. So if you're saying it's okay, don't worry about it. You don't need to heal, so you don't need a DPS because we balance this fight without healers in mind. And the people that do the fight with healer DPS are going to have an easier time. You really should be focusing on healing and doing damage second. Yeah. I want to do that. I want to heal. That's the thing. I have so many cool healing buttons. I want it to be like with me engaged looking at the hit point bars. I feel like I've got so much cool shit on Sage to do, but I have very rarely get to do any of it. That's the problem. I'm like, oh my god. Well, I guess I'm putting dots and everything again. Astrologian is really that way too. Astrologian felt weaker for tank healing, but man, they've got so much cool... They've got so many cool buttons that I really like pressing. As a glare mage, I disagree with my own opinions. Hey, don't worry about it, man. I mean, that's something else that you can really argue, is that, you know, maybe there should be an avenue for healers that damage, right? Like Discipline Priests. You know, maybe you want to be a glare mage because you deal damage and it heals people. I don't know. Just throwing something out there. Like maybe give White Mage a weird version of Cardia. Or make it like a weaker AoE version or something. Anyway, it's an interesting topic, but I feel like Final Fantasy XIV just doesn't know at all what to do with their healers. Their healers, the kits and the graphics and everything, the lore for the healers, usually really solid. They look really cool. but I have no reason to press most of these buttons. So they better make the... Let's do this. Let's make the animations for the attacks look awesome. Right? We'll just do that. If we can't fix it, let's just make it so that when you press those DPS buttons, they look incredible. Pandemonium's third floor actually had an insane heal check. It's a shame Astrologian had one button that just completely mitigated the need for it. What was that button? Both sides want all healer jobs to be the same when there could be more variety. I like variety. One of the things that I really like about MMOs is it gives me a lot of options to do the same thing, right? But just differently. Like, one of the reasons why I look forward to DPS classes so much when they're released, every DPS class kills bosses, right? They all kill bosses. The question is, how do they kill the bosses? Right, that's the interesting thing to me, is what buttons do I have to press to kill the boss? Now, there's like an argument to be made about, you know, good DPS, or high DPS, I should say, versus low DPS, or whatever, but mostly I'm looking for interesting and fun buttons to press. Macrocosmos. Oh. Yeah, that's a good button. Man, the animation for Hollows is hilarious. What the hell? Just kind of like go flying around in circles with your little mulets. Glare has an animation combo. The DPS is the same, but it looks sick. Yeah, right, exactly. Right, yeah. Let's just make the attacks look awesome. Then everyone's just gonna be like, I want to attack. I want to press these buttons instead. Yeah, sure, fine, why not? It's hard to balance the same thing for the range of content Final Fantasy XIV has. The difference between casual and hardcore is just too much. Okay, I mean, yeah, it's a hard problem to solve. That doesn't mean we shouldn't try. And these guys, these people that are designing this game are professional game designers. This is their job. They wake up in the morning and this is all they think about. So, you know, at some point I have to expect that they can do this. They can do things that I can't, you know? They should hire me. Exactly. Hire Sketch, that is. They should hire Sketch. Sketch solves all their problems in one hit. I like it. Hey, congrats, FaZe. Congrats on level 85. I need to keep an eye on my cardio. So I feel like I sometimes lose track as to whether or not I actually have it up. First of all, I'm swapping the mug and the trick attack effect. Yeah, there you go. I like it, Skitch. You go in there, you immediately have your own agenda. That's fantastic. The actual raiding community never asked for it or wanted it. What is the it we're talking about? Is that the hitbox changes and all that business? It feels weird to me that they made the hitboxes so damn big in the Pandemonium raids. I did the rest of the Pandemonium raids this weekend, and I saw exactly what everyone was talking about. I was like, wow, these bosses take up the entire room. The arena is so small. And there's never an instance where the melee... This might be totally off topic. There's never an instance where the melee and the DPS, the range DPS, are ever out of the boss range. Alright, so the melee basically have 100% uptime all the time, which is bad for balance. Melee have to be out of boss range sometimes. That is their struggle as DPS. That means they do more damage, generally speaking. Kind of like how my struggle as a black mage is to find places to put my ley lines where the boss isn't just going to put 8 spell effects on it at the same time, which of course isn't an issue anymore. Or less of an issue, I should say. But hey. If I stand right here, I should be fine, right? Oh yeah. Oh, we're totally more than fine. Watching... Okay, yeah, that's a bot over on YouTube. Melees are babies we kept whining about. If I don't have full uptime, my rotations fall apart. Okay. Yeah. Like I said, that's their struggle. They're supposed to overcome that challenge. Unless they do less damage. I mean, I'm totally fine if they want to just give all melees 100% uptime. If they give them the same damage penalties that range DPS have for having higher uptime. Sure. As long as they're aware of what they're asking for. That's it. Yeah, you can have 100% uptime, but your damage has to go down by 10%. Or 20%, or whatever the balance is. Doses 2? Hell yeah. Doses 3? Is that what that was? I think I'm already casting Doses 2. Toxicon 2? Oh, baby, now we're talking. you remember seeing a ninja ask if they can just have tanks and healers die if they get melee downtime in E4S. Yeah, dude. Everybody sacrifices themselves for your uptime. I love it. I mean, as a black mage, I can respect it. I respect that. Do I think it's silly? Hell yeah, but man, I get it. The lengths you go to sometimes to maximize your DPS. Ow. How big of a deal is this dot? I need to look at this, because I don't know if this is like... Is this button really worth pushing all the time? How much should I be focusing on keeping this dot up? Probably a lot, but I don't know. You go into Titan hard, huh? Woo! Yeah, man. Hey man, what you do on your free time is not my concern. You see, that was not what I was looking at in that comment. That was not what I was looking at in that comment. Well, listen, there's certain situations in which that's okay. There's certain situations in which, like, wiping to get a better parse is alright. And those situations are when you're with a group of people whose specific purpose is to get the best parses. Right? As long as everyone's on the same page, I have no problem with people, you know, wiping it up after they fuck up their rotation or they get a bad mechanic or whatever. That's totally fine. Just to do that to random people that you don't know, that's messed up. That is selfish. You should hope their content designers are aware of balancing DPS uptimes at this point. So here's a... I know this is going to be a really hard question to answer, but how are the DPS like stack ranking looking for Endwalker? Like, that's a really easy indication as to whether or not they're taking that into consideration. Is it this guy? Nope, got it wrong. Because if all of the melee DPS are suddenly like the top tier, if all the melee DPS are top tier this raid tier, then they mess it up. If there's a good representation, that is to say, like, black mages are on the top, samurais are right under them, etc., like you would normally expect, then it's probably well balanced. I'm not biased. I'm not biased, Jesus. This guy's gonna die unless I heal him. Quick. Reaper should be top DPS next expansion. Oh my god. There's no expansion in which Reaper is going to be top DPS. I'm sorry, this is not. It's never going to be balanced that way unless they really mess it up. And I mean, I'm not saying that they're not going to, but it's not going to be like that. Samurai will always be the top melee DPS. If they've balanced everything correctly, Samurai will always be the top melee DPS, and Black Mage will always be the top DPS in the game, assuming that they've got, they execute their job perfectly. That should always be how it is. If it's not that way, then they did something wrong. Until they create another, like, super greedy class with 0 utility that, has a very high skill ceiling, Black Mages will always be the top. Black Mages and Samurais. Maybe not from a raid DPS perspective. Like, when you rebalance the numbers, you know what I'm talking about? Take into account, buffs. Then the conversation gets a little bit weird, but usually from the who's on top, who's second perspective, that's usually what the breakdown's gonna look like. Viper has 0 utility, so it's gonna compete with Samurais. Yeah, it actually might. If it has no utility at all, then yes, it might. Man, this boss has been going on for a while, hasn't it? I feel like I've been fighting this guy for 5 or 6 minutes now. It doesn't have any defensive moves? Well, there you go. GG's. Am I biased for Black Mage? No. Never. Never. I'm never biased for Black Mage. Not at all. What's Black Cat? Starbright Sunday says, I was doing a PF for Barbarikia EX and the Samurai committed seppuku because he messed up his opener and wanted a better parse. Yeah, just forget it. In that case, you have to parse, or not parse, you have to clear it 7 people. I mean, it's unfortunate you have to do that, but then you kick him. You get him out of there. Pretty sure they just make melees do giga damage so they can soft enforce the 2 melee, 1 ranged, 1 caster comp. Oh, I see what you're saying. They normally, the way that you'd balance that is melee DPS have to move away from whatever they're attacking, so their uptime is not 100%. It's like 80%. You'd balance it around like 80% uptime, right? And then you'd say, okay, if you're able to get more uptime than that, then you outperform. And if you're getting less uptime than that, then you underperform. Caster's uptime, on the other hand, should be almost always 100%. Should be very rarely, it's always going to be like 98 to 100%. Right? You might balance it around like 95. And then you would, if you get over that, then you overperform. And if you get under that, you underperform. That's how you balance DPS, right? A Samurai that gets 100% uptime should always out DPS a Black Mage that gets 100% uptime. Assuming they're both playing their classes perfectly. Because melees are not supposed to have 100% uptime. They're supposed to have lower than that. And then it should balance out. Wonder how they'll decide if Viper or Sam gets to do more damage? The answer is they should do the same damage. Because they belong in the same class of DPS. You rarely see Sam super high. You see Monk and Ninja typically doing better numbers. That's because the Samurai is not doing a good job. Unless Samurais, for whatever reason, just had their damage numbers reduced a lot. Samurais have the potential, the capacity to be at the top above everybody else, and by a very large margin. That's how that should be balanced. Samurai at least has third eye. Yeah, I mean, you do have something. You do have, like, that built in. I doubt that comes with a DPS tax, though. You're terrified for red mages and physical damage, physical range during something like alternative end. Ah. Ah. You cleared it with 7 people and uploaded it so they got the permanent 0. Uploaded it with what? To where, Strawberry? Wait, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Sam has too many auto-crit directs to ever not be consistently higher. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, the only thing samurais have to worry about in terms of, like, in terms of being the best DPS, the best melee DPS, is managing their abilities, like playing the class, right? They have a lot of things propping them up. And if you use your abilities right, that is to say you use your Gurens on cooldown and, you know, et cetera, you're not wasting the opportunities that they give you to make your damage higher. You're playing it well, then you're going to be doing a lot of damage. You should be out-damaging a equally well-played, equally geared class that has, like, more utility. That's the way those are balanced. Fix Gunbreaker? What's wrong with Gunbreaker? Did something happen? So back to the whole, like, I see monks and ninjas doing more damage thing. That's because the monks and the ninjas are outplaying the samurais. They're better players. That's basically how you can interpret that. Either the samurai got really unlucky, or the other guys or the other DPS are better players. Samurai's rotation is actually very sensitive too, from what I understand. It's like very delicate, so you have to be very good at balancing things. I have way too much, or I should say, it's been way too long since I played Samurai to say anything about its current state. I played Samurai for a little bit at the end of Shadowbringers, but I was never an excellent Samurai. They have insanely huge high potency finishers that don't auto crit, which means it's RNG to do low damage because you didn't crit it. Oh, I get it. That's what you mean by fix it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I know that there's a lot of people that are parsing, particularly for tanks. It's very competitive. And if you don't crit the right things, it's basically, you're done. Wash it. Try it again. It's the nature of the game if you're going to do that. I mean, if you're going to be participating in that kind of scene, right, in Final Fantasy XIV, well, kind of comes with part and parcel. You know what you're getting yourself into when you do that. Dancer has so much in the way of buffs and utility, but come on, RNG is not the way. Oh, well, if you don't like Dancer's RNG, just play something else, man. That's what I was, that goes back to what I was saying before about having options for doing the same thing, right? Now, let's imagine that there's a world where Dancer overall party buff is just a different version of the Bard party buff, right? So effectively at the end, you get the same amount of benefit out of them. I don't know if that's the case right now. I don't even know if that's even remotely the case. But you have the Dancer who's like really RNG doing all kinds of weird shit, and you got the Bard who's like the exact opposite of that, who's playing songs and watching its rotation very closely. And some people are really going to jive with the dancer, and some people are really going to enjoy the bard, but they effectively would do the same things, just in a different way. And I think that's exactly what I like about MMOs, for the most part. It's like, okay, I want to do lots of damage. How do I do that? Well, we've got the black mage, which casts spells, and we've got the samurai, which uses, you know, this really cool mechanic. Now take your pick. Which one do you want? And then, you know, there you go. Just pick one and go with it. It usually averages out during long fights, but it can be a liability in short burn phases, where you only get one double down. Oh, that's a great use of the insomnia emote there, Strawberry. I love RNG. What if they never fix Gunbreaker? Because why should you care about your damage as long as you clear? I care about my damage even when we clear, because I want to know if the decisions I made this time around are better than the decisions I made the previous time around. That's exactly it for me. That's as far as that conversation goes, in my opinion. Because it's all about, for me, it's about personal measurement and growth. How do I know if I'm getting better at the game if I have no way to know if what I'm doing now is better than what I did in the past? And then, I mean, sometimes I like to compare myself to other people because I'm like, hey, I know this person's a really good black mage. How am I doing against this person? Right? Am I playing this class well? Am I playing it not well? Assuming we have the same gear, we should be doing about the same damage, right? So, and if this person's doing better damage, they're making better decisions. I want to make those decisions too. So then I try and learn from them. You know, or if I can find some way, you know, to see what they're doing. Maybe they cast more Fire 4s. Maybe they cast their ley lines one more time than I did. Maybe they have higher ley lines uptime, higher thunder uptime. There's all kinds of stuff that you can learn from looking at a log of a player that did better, like out DPS'd you, or whatever stick you're using to measure. You like to compare yourself to samurais as a bard? Hey, whatever floats your boat. It's entirely up to you. I'm just saying, I think that the bias against DPS meters, that conversation for me has never made sense. I get that some people can be dicks when it comes to measuring DPS. But without that, I find it so hard to play this game and know if I'm doing well. How do I know I'm doing more damage this run than the last one? And better not be using any third-party trackers. I don't use third-party mods right now. I don't use third-party mods. I have considered it. I definitely have. But I don't play... I'm not playing a DPS class right now, so my motivation to do so is less. When I go back to Black Mage, I have to figure out a way to do that. I have to, because otherwise it's like... It kills me not to know. It really does. How do I improve? How do you improve if you can't measure it? Hire an enmity. Just use the enmity list. I love it. There you go. That's good. That's good. Ninja also is a big culprit of big potency without auto crit direct hit. Hyosho Ranryu, because of the 30% buff from Kasatsu, has a whopping 1760 potency. It feels bad to watch it for 75k when it can hit for 200k. Yeah, I get you. I get you. Yeah, there's a lot of classes out there that feel that way. I feel less like that way when I play Black Mage because, like, for me, it's not about... It's less about hitting the big Fire 4s because I cast Fire 4s all day. For me, it's about casting more Fire 4s. That's why I like spell speed so much. I want to jam-pack as many Fire 4s as I can into the shortest amount of time possible. And there's a lot of people out there that really like seeing their, 6-digit Fire 4s. They cast their 4-second spells or whatever. I'm sitting over here and I'm casting like I'm getting like 1.8 seconds. Like bam, 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 bam. Yes. I'm exaggerating, but you get this. You get the idea, all right? If you're not enmity number 2, even when the off-tank also has tank stance, then you're failing. You know what? That's a good way to think about it. Now we get to cast 12. I know, right? Mana font is actually useful. Oh my god, I was so excited for that mana font change. I was so excited when I read that. I mean, it's not like it's not useful now, but What they changed it into? Hello? Now it's not just a button you press every 2 minutes to get an extra Fire 4 and a Despair. Yeah, right. That's exactly right. It's like, you have to wait so long to just get one Fire 4 and the Despair at the end of your fire rotation. Or an extra Flare, I guess, if you're AoEing. I feel like I should have a built-in tool for anything classified high-end duty. I don't know, man. Maybe you have like an opt-in. Like there's a built-in tool and everybody has to opt into using it to have it show up for anybody. Yeah, honestly, it's a debate I'm so tired of having. I'm totally fine with just using a third-party program to measure it and then just like playing it on the down low and being a criminal for the rest of my life. If that's how it has to work, fine. I'll just do that. It's no longer Despair. Rename the spell to Rejoice. Okay, yeah, I like it. A lot of fun little rotational things are going to come out of that. I agree. It's going to be good. There will probably be an optimal spell speed for Black Mage to ensure that mana font always happens at the end of a fire phase. Yeah, maybe. I'm not a war criminal. Stop saying that. Alright guys, I gotta go to bed. It's 12:07. I have a very early meeting in the morning, so it's time for sleep. Thank you all for joining me for another night of Final Fantasy XIV as I level up my Sage. We got to level 82 tonight, so that's pretty good. Yeah, it's bedtime. Man. Do I look that bad? I feel like the red lines around my eyes are not quite that bad yet. Alright. Boom. Okay, had a great time playing some games with all of you. Thank you for the chat. It's good to see some new faces and some returning old folks. Old folks, you know what I'm talking about. You can find me on twitter.com at sharpdresstv is where you can read all of my tweets, which are basically ancient Go Live messages at this point. There's the Discord if you want to join the community and talk about some more Final Fantasy XIV with like-minded individuals, and there's the YouTube for the rest of the content that I produce. Alright, team. Can't believe I'd call Strawberry old. I didn't call anybody old, alright? I called nobody old. But if you want to take what I said about yourself in that way, I can't stop you, alright? I will likely be alive again on Tuesday. Maybe alive again on Tuesday. But if you want to know when next I go live, give the stream a follow right here on Twitch. I would love to see you all here again next time. If I do go live, it's going to be at 7:30 p.m. Pacific time. That's when I go live every time. That's right, Haru. That's exactly right. Listen. Listen. At that point, it's not what I said. It's how you took it, right? I'm not implying. You are inferring. Anyway. Good night, folks. I'll see you all again next time. In the meantime, have a great rest of your night. Have a fantastic Tuesday. And I'll see you right here for more Final Fantasy XIV. See you then. Good night.